Hey, Flo here. Just gotta get my gear packed up and then I'll be on my way. Found another spot to live stream. Good signal here. I think I can get all the way up the side of this mountain here, because it's not very much higher than where I'm at already. I mean, I can definitely get up there, but what I mean is I think the signal will hold out the whole way, so normally I would just wait till I get to the top and then check for do a speed test up there, but it's really good down here and I don't think it will get worse as I go up, so may as well just stream the whole hike up there. It's kind of a bushwhack. I've been here before and I know there's a trail somewhere on this side of the mountain, but I didn't spot it on my way out here, so I'm just gonna do my style of bushwhacking, which is, I don't mind at all. I kind of prefer it sometimes. I mean, generally if there is a trail in a place, I'll take the path of least resistance for as long as I can, and then usually end up bushwhacking the last bit if there is no trail. So it's not like I don't use trails, I don't just purposely avoid them. But most of the places that I go these days, there's no trails. This is one of the exceptions that there is kind of a trail. There's some trails. They're not on any maps, but I've been here enough times to know that they're here. I just couldn't remember exactly where, so I missed it. Okay. But actually, sometimes, I mean, like in the case of these trails here, they're actually for ATVs and really mostly dirt bikes, because they're single track, very narrow, but they're very steep. I guess it must be a popular activity where people like to just ride straight up the side of mountains or buttes, hills, whatever, because I see a lot of those kind of trails and they're good for nothing else. They're not even really good for hiking because they're so steep that it's kind of impractical. I actually hike those trails all the time, but I'm an exception to the rule. Most normal people would never even consider hiking up the trails that are so steep like that. But anyway, all that to say, they're not really doing me any favors with those trails, so it's actually no benefit. I can just walk up the side of this thing without a trail and not have to go as steep. Like right here, it's not that steep compared to those trails that I was just talking about for dirt bikes. Those things are completely nuts. So steep that you can barely keep your footing. You just start sliding. So yeah, it's hopefully it'll continue this way, but where I started down just back there, it's one of the best signals of the day, so as long as I don't go too far around a corner, just gonna go zigzaggy up this hill. It should stay online till I get up. And of course, once I get up there, I'll do at least one, maybe a couple Bible readings. Kind of liking this, doing a bunch in one day. It allows me to not, I don't know, I have mixed feelings. I would rather do a reading every day, just one, like I was doing last year, but because I'm doing the outdoor model instead of just sitting in my chair like I did last year, I can't get out every day. I can't go hiking every day. But I do want all the streams to be outside. So this is working for that, because I can do all the all the readings for the entire week in like one day, or possibly 2 days. But yeah, I like it. It's all right. The only thing besides actually there's a couple things. I would like to read every day, mainly because it spreads it out and I don't get like brain fatigue. It's like, even though I love the Bible and everything about it, my brain can only like absorb so much in a single day. And I'm probably not getting like a ton of spiritual benefit from reading so many chapters in one day. But not only that, but the days that I don't read, I have less spiritual nutrients. So, I feel more likely to either be tempted or just kind of discouraged. So these days where I go out are like super epic, and then the rest of the week is kind of mega lame in comparison. So that kind of extreme contrast is, I don't know if that's good or not, but this actually is very steep and gravelly here too. I was going to say something else about that, I forgot. There's even another butte over there. According to my map, I've been on that one, but I have no memory of that place. I don't think, like, just looking at it, it doesn't seem like there'd be much views on that one. It's so many trees. So I'm not going to do that one today. This might end up being my last hike of the day. Oh, that's what I was going to say. This is entirely selfish, really. But when I do these Bible reading outdoor things, I can't do as much hiking because I stay in one place for significant periods of time, setting up the stream and then doing the readings, which usually take, a half hour to an hour, just with all the various technical and reading itself, all that stuff. So I don't really get to see as many places, but I think it's probably good. Like, I probably sort of binged a little bit too much on hiking sometimes. I don't know if that's really even a thing, but I mean, I don't need to do like 30 hikes in one day, Not that I've ever done that many, but 1 or 2 hikes in a day is still more than most people would do. Most people say, like, why would you do more than one? But I've done a lot more than one in a day, and I'm kind of used to that. And so that has sort of become my baseline standard. I try to do as much as I can in one day. But it's probably, I don't know that it's gotten necessarily ridiculous, but it definitely isn't necessary to do so many. All right, I'm getting into the bushes, but really close to the top, so as long as I can find the secret path through, should be fine. I see a pretty significant opening up here to my right. There is one more butte pretty close by that I could do even if I don't have much time, because I can drive up all the way. So I might actually do that one after this We'll see. The other thing that's happened a little bit with my hiking habits with these Bible readings is that I'm less likely to go on long hikes because there may or may not be a signal where I'm at, and so I go to these shorter places that I know I've been to in the past, and I'm fairly confident that there will be adequate bit rate for streaming, and so I'm not doing as much hiking really. I'm like not as many per day, but even the ones that I do are often quite short. So even though I've actually gone on well over 100 hikes already this year, starting January 1st. In spite of that, I feel like I'm in one of the worst physical shapes I've been for a hiking year, just because I've gone on so many short hikes that don't really push my limits or improve my cardiovascular and all that stuff. These ones do, but only for like a short period of time. They're like sprints, I guess, instead of marathons. Like these are really challenging for just a short period of time. Okay, I see an animal trail. It's usually a good sign. I think I'll follow that, see if it takes me up to the ridge. I might just circle around. Oftentimes the game trails just like make a circle around like halfway up the slope, and they don't necessarily make it to the top. But it's easier than what I was doing, and maybe get lucky and there will be a clearing over here. I don't want to go too far over here because I think the cell tower's behind me, so if I go around this corner too much, then I might cut that off. But interestingly, I don't know that I see this very often, but it looks like this game trail has a very nice switchback in it. I know, those animals know how to make a trail. Let's see. There's actually two options. There's a clearing over here. I'm going to check this one out first because that looks more direct if it goes through. I could maybe find a way through there, but actually, let me see. I do see a way through. I'm gonna try it. Otherwise, I have that second option, the switchback, where that big tree is right there. It kind of goes back that way. But this looks pretty good too. I'll try this. I'll have to do a very minor bushwhacking getting through these bushes, but I see a clearing over here. Looks like it might go all the way up. Whew. This is actually one of my favorite buttes. I don't really know why. I mean, it is cool, but I guess you'll see. I've been here before on stream. I think I just haven't done a Bible reading yet. Whoa. This looks like a bedding area, like a place where animals might just go down for the night. Not to say that it is, but it looks like it could be. One thing I'm also realizing, I realized this a while ago, it's not necessarily new, but some of these scenes, like just like that, it looks cool, even though it's not like a distant view or significant destination really. But I want to find more places like that too. I can't do it. I can't really live stream here necessarily. I mean, I can't necessarily set up well, I totally can, but there's nowhere to like put my seat, my chair, because it's all very slanted. I mean, I could dig out a spot, so technically if I really wanted to, I could do it here or whatever, but I was just kind of using it as an example, not necessarily like, oh, this is exactly where I want to be. But it actually is. It is kind of cool looking, even though like I could turn around behind me and show the view, but I actually think it looks cool just showing all the bushes and colors and stuff. But yeah, I don't think I'm not going to do that, but all I'm saying is I need to do more of those. Otherwise, all the live streams start looking the same. They're all on top of some mountain looking out in the distance. And in their awesomeness, they're equally awesome, and they kind of all look like they could be at the same spot, even though they're many miles away apart from each other. But when you look at distant mountains, they all kind of start looking the same. All right. Looks like I can probably cut through here somewhere. Even if I have to go through these bushes, they're pretty low and sparse, so not a big deal. Oh, I hear. I was when I was down on that lava flow earlier, I was being chased around by that bird that I can never remember the name of it. And then later I noticed it had a nest up there, so it was probably trying to get me to leave, and I respected it. I was gonna find a place, another place to live stream over down there, and I saw this really cool spot with flowers and view of the mountain. But then I looked up and it's like, oh, there's the nest, like right there. That would be very insensitive of me to cause that kind of stress for the birds for no reason. So I decided to move along, even though it was quite an epic spot. I don't know why. It's so weird. As I get older, there's certain words that are an absolute stumbling block for me. I can think of two words right now. The name of that bird, and then this other word that I can't remember. I know what the word is, but I can't remember it. It's so weird. It's like I have very selective amnesia or Alzheimer's. You would think after forgetting the same word so many times, it would just eventually sink in as a learning pattern of, okay, I've forgotten that word 40 times now. It's gotta eventually sink in, but nope. Nope. I really want to go to that butte there, that one right there. It's like red lava, very distinct volcano shape. I don't know if I've been there, and I don't even know how to get there. Some of these, there are some roads, and there's quite a few roads, but most of them are pretty unfriendly to pretty much any vehicle, not just, non 4x4s, but just even with the most robust vehicle ever, some of them are almost impassable. And not only that, but they have a user vehicle program here, a map thing, where if the road doesn't show up on the map with a certain symbol, like dashed line, you're not supposed to drive on it. So even if there's like quite a few roads and stuff, there's only just a very few of them that you're supposed to drive on, so they don't really do me any good. Obviously, some people probably just completely ignore that rule, or they don't know about it. Like, I didn't know about it a few years ago, but now that I am aware, it just doesn't feel right to ignore it. But yeah, so some of these peaks that I'd like to explore are maybe not really reachable unless I park really far away and hike in. There's another one right there behind the tree on the left there that's very similar. It looks like a very distinct volcano, and it doesn't seem like, if I had to guess, I feel like I haven't done either of those. The only one that I see right now that I know I've done is this one like right here, and that's the one that I don't think was very spectacular. Let's see. Let's keep going. Oh, we're basically, that's the top right there. So just a few more pushes. By top, I mean the top of the ridge, and then I can follow the ridge around. But I'm gonna look for one or two spots on the ridge line that will be good for the readings. Starting to get very scenic very quickly. All of a sudden I got an awesome view. And the higher I get. Okay, here is, I think, the trail that I was looking for earlier, and apparently I didn't go far enough, or I don't know where it goes actually. I am 100% certain actually. This is the one I was looking for, but I thought I had bypassed it, but apparently I didn't even go nearly far enough. So I don't even know how to. I'll probably go down this way, because it would have been a lot easier in one sense. I wouldn't have to bushwhack at all. But it's not necessarily easier in difficulty if it's super steep, because some of these dirt bike recreational trails are pretty nasty steep. But I think the reason I was looking for this one in particular today, though, is because I kind of remembered it being less ridiculous. So, yeah. Well, it was fun. I did something a little different. Did a bushwhack instead of a trail, which is certainly not a foreign concept to me. Yeah, I'll almost certainly go down this way. Well, actually, I take that back. I might follow the ridge all the way down, because I've done that one time. Actually live streamed that. Signal kind of was on and off, not great, but it was fun. I might go down that way, because That would be way more scenic, that's for sure. Whoa. All right. So many cool rocks if you take the time to look through all these. Just lava does really weird stuff. It makes some really interesting shapes. And colors too. What I'm not really sure of is if there's any precious or semi-precious metals or minerals in these rocks, or if it's all just cool looking, because some of it's so cool looking that it feels like it should have value just because of its appearance, but as far as I know, it's pretty much commodity, no value rocks, unless you find somebody that's never seen them before and they're just like, give me some of those. But they're so easy to come by that I don't think they could really gather any high selling price or anything. Not that I'm looking to open a store of selling lava rocks, nothing like that. It's more just a curiosity. I wonder if people mine these rocks for any kind of minerals or something. Some of the... Oh, I'm about to get over the amazing top. Some of the rocks are so cool looking that they look like from another dimension or something. Not just another planet, but like from heaven or something like that. Woohoo, I made it. Ah, look at that reveal. That's so crazy. It's like, oh, are you sure this is a cool place? Why is this one of your favorites? And then I get up there, it's like, oh, I see. It's pretty sick. So what I want to do is try to go, I'll probably do one at the top. So I'll probably do at least 2 readings here, unless I run out of time, which is certainly possible. Or I get annoyed by the wind, because as soon as I got up here, the wind was like, ugh. I'll probably do one at the very top, but also I remember this log over here. It looks pretty cool. So I'm going to do this one first. It's just an old rotten log, but the roots or whatever those gnarly things are makes for interesting background. Plus there's like a million other things. This is like a visual feast. Like it barely gets any better than this, honestly. Like this is such an amazing destination. That's why it's one of my favorites. So much to look at. Like right down there is this giant lava flow. It just looks like came straight out of the prehistoric times. And then I'm literally on a volcano, of course. I don't think this one has been excavated. I think this is literally what it looked like before people came here. I mean, it's a little different because it has the trails on it, obviously, but I think the general shape of it is pretty natural. And these trails aren't, like I said, they're not on the map. It's just because there's people in this area that like to do ATV and dirt bike adventures, and they've claimed a few of these volcanoes. Alright, so I don't know, I kind of want to maybe even go past this tree, even though it's really cool looking, because you can see that if I go over to my left beyond this dead tree, might get a nice view of those mountains over there. But it's also possible the signal might suck over here, so I'll just have to try, see what it does. So I remember last time I did this hike, I made the decision to try to live stream this entire ridge. Oh, I was trying to remember his name. Mythic Russ was on that stream. Like, he dropped by. Maybe he would remember, if not that he's here listening. Oh man, that looks awesome. But if he was, he might remember that. He was talking to me for quite a long time, that stream. I was trying to remember his name earlier because I knew I was coming here, and I was like, oh, that's that place that I was talking to Russ. But for some reason I couldn't remember his name. It's adjective and fairly common name. What is it? The only thing I could think of was Magikarl. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, this is a pretty nice angle. I can't quite see those mountains. They're kind of hiding behind that tree, but it doesn't get a lot better than this. It looks like the signal's pretty good here, but it's not like mega top-notch bit rate, so I don't want to go too much further because I'm pretty sure it will gradually or suddenly get worse as I go this way. But maybe that's just far enough right here where you can just see the mountains. You can still see that awesome looking tree up there. I think this will work. I could try going a little bit further. And I would, oh yeah, right here. You can see both of those mountains over there. This is perfect. The only thing is the wind. It's going to be very windy, that's for sure. But we'll try it. That's about as perfect a spot as you can get. That's amazing. I even currently have a little shade right here, but I'm not going to be sitting here. I'm just going to have my tripod here, which I'll put in the low position for stability. Starting to get a little dehydrated today too. I didn't drink as much as I should. I never do. I kind of have this mindset where I don't really feel much significant thirst or hunger when I'm hiking. It's I guess some people call it some kind of fasting, activity fasting. I don't know what it's called, but it's like your brain doesn't trigger its hunger stuff for whatever reason, even though you would think, like, I'm working so hard, I need to consume more calories, but that seems to be kind of the opposite. It's kind of weird. But then if I wait too long, then it actually does start to suddenly kick in where I'm like, whoa, I don't have energy and I'm very dehydrated. It just kind of happens all at once. But I've never felt like dangerously dehydrated. It's more just like, oh, my throat is parched, I gotta drink something. And it's also become more noticeable on these live streams because I talk. Like, when I'm just hiking by myself, I have no reason to be talking, and I don't even talk to myself. But on live streams, you just gotta blah, 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 blah. took me a minute to get this set up because I can't put my gimbal down due to the wind. My little selfie stick tripod is very wimpy. It can't stand up to really any kind of wind or anything. Kind of hard to do this with one hand. That should work. That is an awesome view. It's ridiculous. I wonder if wide angle is better even. Whoa! It's almost too much, but all right, gotta get off gimbal mode here. Be shaky for a few minutes. One-handed stuff sucks. Oh, that sucks too. Now I have to decide where I'm gonna sit. Probably up by that log somewhere. I could just sit on the rocks again. Of course I'll get inundated with ants, but that kind of happens even when I use my chair. I don't know, we'll see. I might just use my chair since I have it, but it does save quite a bit of time not to bother with it. Cannot get behind this thing. I can't see what I'm looking at. Oh, I forgot that right over here is a little bit better because I'm not sure about right where it's at, but it's kind of a touchy spot where there's this slightly better view of the mountains. Where's my cord? I might have left that back in the car. I always have different options, but there's one cord that I've been using most of the time. Sure, I'll have to adjust this like 600 more times, but I'll leave it there for a minute. Well, I was going to get my other phone out. I actually did something I almost never do, pretty much never. First time maybe ever, actually. I just sat in the car for a while after that last hike with the windows down and found a shady spot. I was just using the cigarette lighter thing in my car to charge my devices a little bit, just because I knew that I have limited charge left on my battery bank. This is going to be one of the biggest, most annoying transitions in history. Like it just was, what you just saw there. But then I have to do the whole thing all over again when I go somewhere else for a different view. The only thing I won't have to do is do the whole computer thing again, which is nice. Oh man, should I use my chair? I'll take it up there with me, but I might end up just using or sitting on the rocks. We'll see how it goes. It's definitely way more comfortable with the chair, but it's a lot more work to unpack it, pack it back up, all that junk. Alright, yeah, I couldn't find that other cord. It's mostly about cord length. The longer the cord, the less charging you get out of it, and so I can try to keep kind of a shorter one with me for that reason, and I don't know where it is. I probably left it in the car. Alright. Let's get the perfect angle. I think that's pretty good. It's probably going to be all jiggly with the wind, but oh well. There's really not a whole lot I can do about that. Sort of wondering if the main camera is better. Can't see as much wide angle. I mean, obviously can't see as much around, but maybe that doesn't matter. Can see more up close detail, I guess. I don't know. It's hard to say. They both look cool, but I feel like that looks somehow more epic or something. You can see more distant shapes. What am I doing? What? It's really shaky. I can see the screen wobbling a little bit, but I can't really do anything about it. I haven't like fully experimented with every option that I have, because the Stream app allows me to turn on the phone's native stable. I just blasted the phone, probably moved it. Stupid. I can turn on the phone's native stabilization, whether it's electronic or optical. But yeah, I don't know if I should or not. Okay. I need to do more experiment. I just hit it again? What a fool. I don't think it moved that time. It's hard. I'm like kind of barely on the edge of this cliff here, so I'm trying to get around it, and I keep bumping the phone. Yeah, I should do some experiments with the settings there, because I might be able to actually nullify any of that shakiness just by turning one of those settings on. I can't remember where the back of the shot is, where I'm still going to be in frame. Oh, I also need to do test of the Bible stuff. All this stuff takes so long, but if I don't do it and something goes wrong, I just like, it's a total waste. So I gotta do it. I see a good spot right there. I think that should be in frame too. But more importantly, I need to set up the Bible reading. Times 5 is 40. My math skills are terrible these days. For some reason I was thinking I was close to 25% through, but I'm not even. I'm over 10% though. Let's see. I'm on week 8 of 52. Hey Ace, how you doing? Alright, it's gonna be very windy up here. I don't know if that will interfere with the audio or not, but I'll do my best here. So I need to get the Bible stuff on screen tested and then I'll be ready to start. I think if I actually don't do something really weird, I've never even had it not work, so I don't feel like I don't even need to test it, but my luck, the only time I choose not to test it is exactly the time that it's not going to work. Alright, I guess I'll try to set my chair up. I don't know how stable that will be, but it'll be more comfortable and more pleasant overall, I guess. A little extra work, but it's not that bad. Can't let my hand off this chair for 1 second after I get it assembled because the wind will definitely blow it away instantly. Be like a sail once I get this thing on there. See a spot, looks pretty promising for a nice flat area here. If I sat just in the right spot, I could probably even get shade from this dead tree, but I probably won't get that lucky. Not too bad. This is sick. This is amazing. The only thing that actually would make this better, I wish you could see what I'm looking at. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Just the angle that I have from right here is ridiculous. There's sometimes when I wish I would bring my mirrorless camera just so I could get some of these photos, but I don't like carrying it around anymore, so I haven't been bringing it. But the problem is my best phone for photography is that one over there that I'm using to live stream, so I often miss out on some really great photos. But I don't even know, like, what in the world am I going to do with a photo anyway? I'm not quite to the point where I've given up on photography, but like it's kind of at the crossroads for me, almost. Not quite, but like, because I never do anything with my photos, it's like, why do I even take these photos? That's what I think a lot of the time. So I don't post on social media and I don't really show them to anybody. they feel kind of pointless. Except that it just feels completely insane not to take photos when you're in a place like this. But the thing that's sort of changing my mind a little bit about that is that when I do these live streams, that's capturing it really well. It looks really awesome. It's more of a memory and experience instead of just a still frame. And so that I think I could probably manage not to take really any photos if I fully embrace that idea. Okay, so wait a minute, what? Exodus 32 to 34, 32, what? I don't even know what that means. Let me check my reading list. Oh, I see. Okay, Matthew, this is the stuff I still haven't fixed this bug. I keep forgetting. Basically, it's Matthew 15:32 to 16:12, which is random starts and stops, and I didn't modify my AI script to handle that specific scenario. So I need to fix that at some point. Keep forgetting. It's actually kind of hard to fix this too, because I have to know how many verses there are in the chapter, which I don't. So I have to do, for example, Matthew 15:32 through 15 whatever the last verse is, which I have to look it up because I don't know. Matthew 15. It's annoying. So 32 to 39, okay. And Matthew, oh, there's a chipmunk right by me. What a tiny little guy. It's pretty cute. Yet again, if I had my camera, that would be perfect. Okay, then 16. Matthew 16, 1 through 12, Mark 8. Okay, I think that'll work now. Okay, this is how I have to do it when it's weird like that. But that'll work. But what it really should be is Matthew 15:32 through 16:12. But I just haven't covered that edge case where it's like in the middle of chapters on either or both the start or the end of the passage. It'll do stuff like Matthew 15:32 to 39 and Matthew 16, 1 through 12. But if you anyway, I need to fix that because it's really annoying. It's hard to deal with that on the fly. Oh man, this is so perfect. What is happening here? This is ridiculous. I don't understand why people, I know I'm not interesting, I'm not a good streamer, whatever, but why wouldn't somebody just come here and look at this? Like, look at this amazing view. But like literally nobody watches these streams. I don't think there's anybody on the planet doing this stuff though. Like, I've never seen live streamers that show views like this. But nobody wants to see that. They just want to see people playing Minecraft again for the 3,000th time. And I know that sounds dated, like I don't know what I'm talking about, but literally people still just watch Minecraft. I mean, it's been out for like 15, 20 years, and people still, I just want to watch more of that. Or, Fortnite or whatever. The thing is, most people aren't even playing like the latest cool games that come out. They play the new games for like 2 days until they beat the game or something, and then they never play it again. But they go back to Minecraft, Fortnite, whatever. Oh man, it's just, I don't get it. Like I'm a gamer too, so it's not like I don't know what it's about. But why would you play the same game over and over and over? Oh my goodness. That seems like insanity to me. I'm sorry if you're one of those people that plays the same game for like 20 years straight, but for me, if I'm going to play games, I want to play a game and then I finish it and then I'm going to play another game, a different one, not like the same one over and over and over. The exception is I'm also a little bit insane, so I'm not innocent in that. I will play like certain retro games that I really like, more than 1 or 2 times. Like if I kind of need a mindless, veg out kind of game, I'll throw in, Super Mario 2 or Sonic the Hedgehog or just something that's kind of easy and familiar. So I get that. But yeah, I guess I never got into the first-person shooters, multiplayer, online stuff. Just never really got into that. Honestly, this is one of those streams that if I had VR glasses and it could show like what I'm looking at, it's unbelievable. The angle that you guys are seeing over there is pretty good. I'm not going to say that sucks, but this looks amazing. It's like I'm sitting inside a professional photo. Like the angle is perfect. I'm like right in the middle of this big log thing. I can see all the texture and color of the log, and like I can see straight down there with all the lava rocks and trees. And it's ridiculous. And there's like 1,000 mountains over there, which I think you can see some of that from where I put the tripod, but I think it's better right here, to be honest. I could do up close and personal shots, like put the tripod like right here, but I don't. If I was just doing like regular live streams, which currently I'm just doing a regular live stream, but like for the Bible reading, I don't want it to be like have my face really big on the screen, because it's like, who needs to see that? If you're trying to listen or read the Bible, you don't need somebody's fat head in your face. You know what I mean? That's how I think about it. But nobody comes here to listen to the Bible anyway, pretty much, so don't matter either way. Okay, let's do this reading. I didn't pray over the last couple streams. I did one of them. I prayed silently, but I don't know what to do about that. I really feel like it's important to pray over the streams, because it isn't just I'm reading the Bible to show to get through the Bible, or like I really want God to be present here and active and working in these live streams, in my heart and in anyone else's as well. But something about praying corporately, or not corporately, but like out loud on a camera, I have some ethical internal debate about that with myself. I'm like, I'm not doing it for show at all, but some people could drop by and think, oh, he's like the Pharisees who pray with such emotion and fancy words trying to get attention for himself. And so I want to make sure that that's not even a possibility, because that's not at all what I want to do with these live streams. I want to share the gospel, read through the Bible, let God's word be heard far and wide for anyone that's willing to listen. It's not about me. It's not about any... I'm nobody, man. Nobody special. I'm just a random guy that, like everybody else, can do the same thing. I'm not doing anything different here. Like, Bibles are very accessible. If you want to read the Bible on your live stream or read it to somebody, it's a pretty easy thing to do. That's all I'm doing. I actually wish more people would do it. There was a guy, what was his name? I'm not going to be able to remember it. I almost want to say Jason or something, but anyway, he had a channel that he was also on quite a few platforms, and he just read the Bible. Nothing special. He didn't talk a lot about it. He just read the Bible, and but yeah, I think he got more traction somehow. The weird thing is that he didn't even do it live. Like, he did like recordings in his own spare time, and then he just live streamed the pre-recorded Bible readings. It's weird, man. I don't get it. I don't get why nobody wants to watch amazing scenery, God's word. I think it's really just because it's me. Like, I know that sounds really depressing, but like, because there are other people reading the Bible. There's this, let's see, I don't know if it's on YouTube or Rumble, but there's this girl, of course, an attractive girl reading the Bible is going to get more attention than a random, boring old guy. But I'm just thankful that the word is getting out. But I saw this girl reading the Bible on her stream as well, or her channel. I don't know if she live streams. I think she might pre-record those. But she's doing it, and she's getting a lot of views, and I'm very happy about that. For me, it's not about growing my channel or feeling like my life means something. I don't really care. Like, I just want the word of God to be heard by people. And if somebody else can do that more effectively than me, great. I'm super happy about that. Doesn't mean I'm going to stop doing it, though. Just because there's somebody else out there doing it better doesn't mean I'm going to stop, because I feel like it's kind of the only thing I can do, because I'm not very good at explaining things or teaching or preaching or evangelizing or any of that stuff, that Christian church stuff. But I can read the Bible, and hopefully, like, maybe some random person out there will be inspired and think, wow, okay, yeah, I agree, it's important to read the Bible, but that guy's not getting any views, so I'm gonna try doing it. I'm a more successful, influential streamer. I want to, do that too. I would love to see that happen, because it's very true that my stream is pretty much a dead zone, no matter what I try. So for my heart's desire to be satisfied and fulfilled, which is to have God be known in every place, and that people would come to the knowledge of salvation through Jesus Christ. For that to happen, somebody with bigger reach and more influence needs to take it on. And I hope, if you're listening out there and you have that reach and you also know Jesus, that you will be convicted to consider it at least a little bit. Of course, I have a friend, Kamehame Dukin. He's not like a huge famous streamer, but he has a considerably wider reach than I do, and he's also doing it, so I'm happy for that. Check him out. He's on several platforms: Twitch, Kick, Rumble, probably another one or two. I don't think he's on YouTube though. D-Live, and where else? Anyway, Kamehame Dukin. KameHameDouken. Check him out. He does retro video game streams, but he also not every Sunday, but most Sundays he does a Bible reading, and sometimes listens to some dramatic testimony stuff and other things. So anyway, I haven't actually watched his Sunday streams in a while. I'm not sure if he's still doing the dramatic radio testimony stuff, but all right, let's get this show on the road. If I put my face right here, one of these branches blocks the sun just perfectly. This will almost certainly be my last live stream of the day. I'm tempted to stay up here for a long time though, except I don't know about my battery situation. Might not have enough oomph to make it, but it'd be pretty sick to be up here for sunset. That would be, oh man, can you imagine? But that's like 3 whole hours away. I'm not sure I can just hang out that long. That's a long time. But if I do 2 readings, that'll take up like almost, an hour and a half, 2 hours of it. So, I don't know. We'll see. I could just hang out, not worry about what I do. Alright, but for now, let's do the reading. Hopefully the sound is okay. The wind might be an issue. I'm not really sure. Exodus chapter 32. Now when the people saw that Moses was delayed in coming down from the mountain, they gathered around Aaron and said, "Come, make us gods who will go before us. As for this Moses, who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has happened to him." So Aaron told them, "Take off the gold earrings that are on your wives and sons and daughters, and bring them to me." Then all the people took off their gold earrings and brought them to Aaron. He took the gold from their hands, and with an engraving tool he fashioned it into a molten calf. And they said, "These, O Israel, are your gods who brought you up out of the land of Egypt." When Aaron saw this, he built an altar before the calf and proclaimed, "Tomorrow shall be a feast to the Lord." So the next day they arose, offered burnt offerings, and presented peace offerings. And the people sat down to eat and drink, and got up to indulge in revelry. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go down at once, for your people, whom you brought up out of the land of Egypt, have corrupted themselves. How quickly they have turned aside from the way that I commanded them. They have made for themselves a molten calf, and have bowed down to it. They have sacrificed to it and said, "These, O Israel, are your gods who brought you up out of the land of Egypt." The Lord also said to Moses, "I have seen this people, and they are indeed a stiff-necked people. Now leave me alone, so that my anger may burn against them and consume them. Then I will make you into a great nation." But Moses sought the favor of the Lord his God, saying, "O Lord, why does your anger burn against your people, whom you brought out of the land of Egypt with great power and a mighty hand? Why should the Egyptians declare, 'He brought them out with evil intent to kill them in the mountains and wipe them from the face of the earth'? Turn from your fierce anger and relent from doing harm to your people. Remember your servants Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, to whom you swore by your very self when you declared, 'I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky, and I will give your descendants all this land that I have promised, and it shall be their inheritance forever.' So the Lord relented from the calamity he had threatened to bring on his people. Then Moses turned and went down the mountain with the 2 tablets of the testimony in his hands. They were inscribed on both sides, front and back. The tablets were the work of God, and the writing was the writing of God engraved on the tablets. When Joshua heard the sound of the people shouting, he said to Moses, "The sound of war is in the camp." But Moses replied, "It is neither the cry of victory nor the cry of defeat. I hear the sound of singing." As Moses approached the camp and saw the calf and the dancing, he burned with anger and threw the tablets out of his hands, shattering them at the base of the mountain. Then he took the calf they had made, burned it in the fire, ground it to powder, and scattered the powder over the face of the water. Then he forced the Israelites to drink it. "What did this people do to you," Moses asked Aaron, "that you have led them into so great a sin?" "Do not be enraged, my lord," Aaron replied. "You yourself know that the people are intent on evil. They told me, 'Make us gods who will go before us.' As for this Moses who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we do not know what has happened to him." So I said to them, "Whoever has gold, let him take it off," and they gave it to me. And when I threw it into the fire, out came this calf. Moses saw that the people were out of control, for Aaron had let them run wild and become a laughingstock to their enemies. So Moses stood at the entrance to the camp and said, "Whoever is for the Lord, come to me." And all the Levites gathered around him. He told them, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Each of you men is to fasten his sword to his side, go back and forth through the camp from gate to gate, and slay his brother, his friend, and his neighbor." The Levites did as Moses commanded, and that day about 3,000 of the people fell dead. Afterward Moses said, "Today you have been ordained for service to the Lord, since each man went against his son and his brother. So the Lord has bestowed a blessing on you this day." The next day Moses said to the people, "You have committed a great sin. Now I will go up to the Lord. Perhaps I can make atonement for your sin." So Moses returned to the Lord and said, "Oh, what a great sin these people have committed. They have made gods of gold for themselves. Yet now, if you would only forgive their sin, now go, lead the people to the place I described. Behold, my angel shall go before you, but on the day I settle accounts, I will punish them for their sin." And the Lord sent a plague on the people because of what they had done with the calf that Aaron had made. And it's kind of crazy. I mean, I know it's the people that did the stupid stuff, but Aaron just completely went along with it. He actually lied about it too, that, "Oh, out popped this calf out of the fire." It's totally not how it happened, but and obviously Moses found out later about that because he wrote these books and he was aware that his brother was fully in on it. But anyway, it's interesting that God didn't necessarily directly punish Aaron. Like, yeah, it's interesting because he kind of facilitated the whole thing. But, God had mercy. I don't know why necessarily, but he had a plan otherwise. But definitely a lot of people perished as the result. Oh, man, I'm just getting tired. I've actually been up since really early this morning, so it's starting to catch up with me. Exodus chapter 33. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Leave this place, you and the people you brought up out of the land of Egypt, and go to the land that I promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob when I said, I will give it to your descendants. And I will send an angel before you, and I will drive out the Canaanites, Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. Go up to a land flowing with milk and honey, but I will not go with you, because you are a stiff-necked people. Otherwise I might destroy you on the way." When the people heard these bad tidings, they went into mourning, and no one put on any of his jewelry. For the Lord had said to Moses, "Tell the Israelites, you are a stiff-necked people. If I should go with you for a single moment, I would destroy you. Now take off your jewelry, and I will decide what to do with you." So the Israelites stripped themselves of their jewelry from Mount Horeb onward. Now Moses used to take the tent and pitch it at a distance outside the camp. He called it the tent of meeting, and anyone inquiring of the Lord would go to the tent of meeting outside the camp. Then, whenever Moses went out to the tent, all the people would stand at the entrances to their own tents and watch Moses until he entered the tent. As Moses entered the tent, the pillar of cloud would come down and remain at the entrance, and the Lord would speak with Moses. When all the people saw the pillar of cloud standing at the entrance to the tent, they would stand up and worship, each one at the entrance to his own tent. Thus the Lord would speak to Moses face to face, as a man speaks to his friend. Then Moses would return to the camp, but his young assistant Joshua son of Nun would not leave the tent. Then Moses said to the Lord, "Look, you have been telling me, 'Lead this people up,' but you have not let me know whom you will send with me. Yet you have said, 'I know you by name, and you have found favor in my sight.' Now, if indeed I have found favor in your sight, please let me know your ways, that I may know you and find favor in your sight. Remember that this nation is your people." And the Lord answered, "My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest." "If your presence does not go with us," Moses replied, "do not lead us up from here. For how then can it be known that your people and I have found favor in your sight, unless you go with us? How else will we be distinguished from all the other people on the face of the earth?" So the Lord said to Moses, "I will do this very thing you have asked, for you have found favor in my sight, and I know you by name." Then Moses said, "Please show me your glory." "I will cause all my goodness to pass before you," the Lord replied, "and I will proclaim my name, Lord. Mercy, have mercy, and I will." But he added, "You cannot see my face, for no one can see me and live." The Lord continued, "There is a place near me where you are to stand upon a rock. And when I've always found that passage to be interesting. It's so theologically packed with questions. It's like very unusual circumstances. It's interesting too because God can do whatever he wants. Like he's well beyond something like Galactus from the Marvel Universe. Like, if you know who that is, especially from the Fantastic Four movie, or just you're a comic book fan, you know that he appears basically in a form that's familiar to whatever life form he's interacting with. So on Earth, he shows up as a human-looking guy with a big purple suit, but he can also change his size. He can pretty much be just a little bit bigger than a normal person, or he can be kind of like Godzilla size and tromping through the city, or he can be like considerably larger than an entire planet. So he can just kind of change his size and appearance, and of course God, the real God, there is no other, can do all those things and so much more, because there's no limits to what he can do. Whereas all these fictional beings, have limits to their power or weaknesses. God has no such thing. He is power. But anyway, it's kind of interesting in this story that he kind of does a Galactus type movie. He's probably pretty big, like maybe not like planet scale, but big enough that he can cover Moses with his hand. I picture Moses maybe standing down there, like right down there, and God, covers him with his hand as he's passing by. And that doesn't mean that that's what God looks like necessarily, but God chose to manifest himself in that form. And I don't know, it's very interesting and confusing at the same time, based on other scriptures. If you pull all the different scriptures together that describe what God looks like or what he doesn't look like or whatever, it can be kind of confusing. But since he's God, he can essentially do whatever he wants. He can look however he wants. He can, has no limits whatsoever. But it's just kind of interesting that he showed up in a body, like a bigger kind of giant form or something. Okay. Next chapter. Exodus chapter 34. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Chisel out 2 stone tablets like the original, and I will write on them the words that were on the first tablets, which you broke. Be ready in the morning, and come up on Mount Sinai to present yourself before me on the mountaintop. No one may go up with you. In fact, no one may be seen anywhere on the mountain. Not even the flocks or herds may graze in front of the mountain." So Moses chiseled out 2 stone tablets like the originals. He rose early in the morning, and taking the 2 stone tablets in his hands, he went up Mount Sinai as the Lord had commanded him. And the Lord descended in a cloud, stood with him there, and proclaimed his name, the Lord. Then the Lord passed in front of Moses and called out, the Lord God, is compassionate and gracious, slow to anger, abounding in loving devotion and faithfulness, maintaining loving devotion to 1,000 generations, forgiving iniquity, transgression, and sin. Yet he will by no means leave the guilty unpunished. He will visit the iniquity of the fathers on their children and grandchildren to the 3rd and 4th generations. Moses immediately bowed down to the ground and worshipped. "O Lord," he said, "if I have indeed found favor in your sight, my Lord, please go with us. Although this is a stiff-necked people, forgive our iniquity and sin, and take us as your inheritance." And the Lord said, "Behold, I am making a covenant. Before all your people I will perform wonders that have never been done in any nation in all the world. All the people among you who live will see the Lord's work, for it is an awesome thing that I am doing with you. Observe what I command you this day. I will drive out before you the Amorites, Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. Be careful not to make a treaty with the inhabitants of the land you are entering, lest they become a snare in your midst. Rather, you must tear down their altars, smash their sacred stones, and chop down their Asherah poles. For you must not worship any other god, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Do not make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, for when they prostitute themselves to their gods and sacrifice to them, they will invite you, and you will eat their sacrifices. And when you take some of their daughters as brides for your sons, their daughters will prostitute themselves to their gods, and cause your sons to do the same. You shall make no molten gods for yourselves. You are to keep the feast of unleavened bread. For 7 days at the appointed time in the month of Abib, you are to eat unleavened bread as I commanded you. For in the month of Abib you came out of Egypt. The first offspring of every womb belongs to me, including all the firstborn males among your livestock, whether cattle or sheep. You must redeem the firstborn of a donkey with a lamb, but if you do not redeem it, you are to break its neck. You must redeem all the firstborn of your sons. No one shall appear before me empty-handed. 6 days you shall labor, but on the 7th day you shall rest. Even in the seasons of plowing and harvesting you must rest. And you are to celebrate the Feast of Weeks with the first fruits of the wheat harvest, and the Feast of Ingathering at the turn of the year. 3 times a year all your males are to appear before the Lord God, the God of Israel. For I will drive out the nations before you and enlarge your borders, and no one will covet your land when you go up 3 times a year to appear before the Lord your God. Do not offer the blood of a sacrifice to me along with anything leavened, and do not let any of the sacrifice from the Passover feast remain until morning. Bring the best of the first fruits of your soil to the house of the Lord your God. You must not cook a young goat in its mother's milk. The Lord also said to Moses, Write down these words, for in accordance with these words I have made a covenant with you and with Israel. So Moses was there with the Lord 40 days and 40 nights without eating bread or drinking water. He wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 commandments. And when Moses came down from Mount Sinai with the 2 tablets of the testimony in his hands, he was unaware that his face had become radiant from speaking with the Lord. Aaron and all the Israelites looked at Moses, and behold, his face was radiant, and they were afraid to approach him. But Moses called out to them, so Aaron and all the leaders of the congregation returned to him, and Moses spoke to them. And after this all the Israelites came near, and Moses commanded them to do everything that the Lord had told him on Mount Sinai. When Moses had finished speaking with them, he put a veil over his face. But whenever Moses went in before the Lord to speak with him, he would remove the veil until he came out. And when he came out, he would tell the Israelites what he had been commanded. And the Israelites would see that the face of Moses was radiant. So Moses would put the veil back over his face until he went in to speak with the Lord. Oh, man. Alright, got some little bit of New Testament stuff, gospel stuff, and then I'll be done with this reading. Matthew chapter 15, starting in verse 32 and continuing on to chapter 16. Then Jesus called his disciples to him and said, I have compassion for this crowd, because they have already been with me 3 days and have nothing to eat. I do not want to send them away hungry, or they may faint along the way. The disciples replied, Where in this desolate place could we find enough bread to feed such a large crowd? How many loaves do you have? Jesus asked. 7, they replied, and a few small fish. And he instructed the crowd to sit down on the ground. Taking the 7 loaves and the fish, he gave thanks and broke them. Then he gave them to the disciples, and the disciples gave them to the people. They all ate and were satisfied, and the disciples picked up 7 basketfuls of broken pieces that were left over. A total of 4,000 men were fed, in addition to women and children. After Jesus had dismissed the crowds, he got into the boat and went to the region of Magadan. Then the Pharisees and Sadducees came and tested Jesus by asking him to show them a sign from heaven. But he replied, When evening comes, you say, The weather will be fair, for the sky is red. And in the morning, Today it will be stormy, for the sky is red and overcast. You know how to interpret the appearance of the sky, but not the signs of the times. A wicked and adulterous generation demands a sign, but none will be given it except the sign of Jonah. Then he left them and went away. When they crossed to the other side, the disciples forgot to take bread. Watch out, Jesus told them. Beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and Sadducees. They discussed this among themselves and concluded, It is because we did not bring any bread. Aware of their conversation, Jesus said, You of little faith, why are you debating among yourselves about having no bread? Do you still not understand? Do you not remember the 5 loaves for the 5,000 and how many basketfuls you gathered? Or the 7 loaves for the 4,000 and how many basketfuls you gathered? How do you not understand that I was not telling you about bread? But beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and Sadducees. Then they understood that he was not telling them to beware of the leaven used in bread, but of the teaching of the Pharisees and Sadducees. In case you're wondering why I have my hand up like this, I'm just trying to shield my microphone a little bit more from the wind. It's probably fine, but I don't really know. I'd rather look a little weird and have it not making a bunch of noise. All right, one more chapter. Mark chapter 8. In those days the crowd once again became very large, and they had nothing to eat. Jesus called the disciples to him and said, I have compassion for this crowd, because they have already been with me 3 days and have nothing to eat. If I send them home hungry, they will faint along the way, for some of them have come a great distance. His disciples replied, Where in this desolate place could anyone find enough bread to feed all these people? How many loaves do you have? Jesus asked. 7, they replied, and he instructed the crowd to sit down on the ground. Then he took the 7 loaves, gave thanks, and broke them, and gave them to his disciples to set before the people, and they distributed them to the crowd. They also had a few small fish, and Jesus blessed them and ordered that these be set before them as well. The people ate and were satisfied, and the disciples picked up 7 basketfuls of broken pieces that were left over. And about 4,000 men were present. As soon as Jesus had dismissed the crowd, he got into the boat with his disciples and went to the district of Dalmanutha. Then the Pharisees came and began to argue with Jesus, testing him by demanding from him a sign from heaven. Jesus sighed deeply in his spirit and said, "Why does this generation demand a sign? Truly, I tell you, no sign will be given to this generation." And he left them, got back into the boat, and crossed to the other side. Now the disciples had forgotten to take bread, except for one loaf they had with them in the boat. "Watch out," he cautioned them. "Beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and of Herod." So they began to discuss with one another the fact that they had no bread. Aware of their conversation, Jesus asked them, "Why are you debating about having no bread? Do you still not see or understand? Do you have such hard hearts? Having eyes, do you not see? And having ears, do you not hear? And do you not remember? When I broke the 5 loaves for the 5,000, how many basketfuls of broken pieces did you collect?" 12, they answered. "And when I broke the 7 loaves for the 4,000, how many basketfuls of broken pieces did you collect?" 7, they said. Then he asked them, "Do you still not understand?" All right, that's it for this reading. Check the battery over there. I kind of want to estimate roughly how long I think I can keep going. I have my second little battery in my pack. Ow, my knees hurt from sitting down that way too long. I have another battery that I could use in a pinch, but it's pretty wimpy. It's like 10,000 milliamps. Ouch, man. And it's also not very good. I've not had good experience with it. Oh, but I would kind of like to stay up here until sunset. I'd be sick. But I don't know if it's reasonable to do that. It's still like 2.5 hours away at least. I think that's a long time to stay up here. I'm definitely going to do one more Bible reading at least. That could use up some of the time. The cool thing is I think I only have one more reading for week 8, so I basically I think I did actual 5 readings today. I've done 4, but I'll do one more and that'll be 5. So that's a whole week's worth of readings, which is cool. I've typically been doing that on Sundays, not necessarily typically, but I think I did that on a Sunday recently. I still don't remember when I started. I think I started probably maybe about a month ago, a little over a month ago, so 4 to 5 weeks. And I'm on week 8, so I'm 2 or 3 weeks ahead of the standard schedule, which is cool. I'd really love to finish in less than a year. It's a year's worth of reading. I mean, it's made for like a year. That's why there's 52 weeks in it, but I don't know, part of the reason I'm going so nuts with all these Bible readings that maybe people don't like, and that's why nobody's watching my streams anymore, because they're like, okay, we get it. You like reading the Bible, but you're reading it too much for my taste. And that's fine, but I'm just, I think it's important somehow. Not necessarily that what I'm doing on my channel matters, but the general concept of what I'm doing matters. In other words, I'm not going to be significant. I'm not going to gain followers or notoriety for this, nor do I want that, but I still think what I'm doing with reading the Bible is extremely important, and it might even be possibly timely. Maybe I've said this before, and I'm not saying this in a prophetic way, but sometimes I wonder if my time is limited. Maybe something's gonna happen where I won't be able to do this anymore, and so I don't want to miss the opportunity that I have, the freedom that I have to do this right now. I just realized there's not really any reason to pack this chair up other than I guess I could use it as an excuse to take longer to set up since I'm trying to kill time, sort of. But I'm going to have to pull it back out as soon as I get to another spot, which is not very far away, but oh well, I'll just do it anyway. Because I don't know why. Because I already started and I don't really feel like putting it back together. I think I will not entirely do the longest possible operation now. I'm not going to put it back in its carrying case, I'll just kind of throw it in here. Alright, so we need to go gimbal mode. I could actually also not even go gimbal mode and just keep the camera on the tripod, but I think I will do it anyway. Can also go chat mode. And I wish some of the other camera manufacturers besides GoPro would think about live streaming. I mean, Insta360 has sort of thought about it. Technically some of their cameras you can live stream with, but most of them not really. It's kind of weird. Seems like, I don't know, maybe live streaming is not that big of a market for them and they don't care, but it's just annoying because it wouldn't be that hard to add that feature. Oh. Alright, let's pack up the tripod. have to unpack it in just a minute, but I might just do some walking around for a while just to kill some time. Because the other thing is, it would be cool to possibly do the reading along with the sunset, maybe. So I might not do the second reading right away. I don't know. I'm not even sure I'm going to stay that long, because that's a pretty long time. Such a long time that technically I could probably hike down from here and get somewhere else in time for the sunset, but I don't think I'm going to do that. That's a little bit crazy. I forgot that I don't have to use that selfie stick on my gimbal. I can just straight up put the little tripod on the bottom and it's way more stable. Kind of obvious, but I mean, I know that. I just sometimes forget that that's an option. And it can withstand the wind, at least. Whew. I don't know. I'm tempted to stay up here. I might, if I can figure out what my battery situation is, that would help me decide somewhat. It's kind of hard to tell because it only has one of those little LED, or not, yeah, I guess it's LED. One of those little light indicators, got 4 little lights that tell you, so it's only giving you kind of really basic information about its current status. I found that just like, I always compare it to gas tank. You have like, if you fill up your gas tank, it stays, the needle stays on the full position for like seemingly forever. And then once it starts moving, it moves faster. So it's not like linear. And I feel like the charge of the battery is possibly similar to some degree. Not necessarily. Like if it only has 1 bar down, that doesn't mean that you still have 3/4 left. Or if it has 2 bars down, that doesn't mean that you still have half. It's too bad they haven't perfected the technology enough to know, like, give you hours and minutes. You know, you got 2 hours left, that would be awesome. Then I would always kind of know what's going on. Okay. I'm gonna take a couple photos just with my second kind of cheapo phone. Yeah, a lot of my phones are just kind of going quick today. I don't know what the deal is. Thermaric. Oh man, the lighting is getting better and better. I don't know if it's quite what they call golden hour, but it's getting there. It is down to... My battery is down to 2 bars, so it's... Usually if it drops to 2 bars, I feel like it's getting pretty low. But again, I don't know if I've actually ever ran it all the way down live streaming, because it's such a good battery that it just keeps going. But today might be that day. This is going to be a long one. Done a lot of streaming today. But again, I do have a backup if I need it. It's not a very good battery, but it will keep me going for a little bit, maybe. At least I think I have it. Sometimes I pull it out. I actually finally pulled a few things out of my backpack that I don't really use very often. Just to try to simplify it a little bit. Wish I had that shorter cable too. I think pretty sure that because I'm not an electrician, but I think because you get a better charge out of a shorter cable, that it might be outputting the same amount to the cable, but some of it's lost to heat energy or something. So your battery gets drained faster and it's less effective. I think that's how that works. Or maybe your battery gets drained the same basic rate, but it's not doing as much to charge whatever your device is. I mean, look at this place. Looks like some kind of cartoon or something. It almost doesn't look real. How cool it is. Okay, grab that, and then I'm ready to walk around a bit. I might walk down a little bit further down this ridge to see if the signal holds technically I could do 2 Bible readings more, but I think I might do that, but it's not necessarily my plan. Another update change that happened with one of the updates on my second phone is that it turns on all the time. It's really annoying. I think it's some kind of intelligent screen on thing, so that if you like move your phone or touch it in certain ways, it like activates the screen so you can see the time and some alerts and stuff. But I don't like that because when I'm live streaming and handling a bunch of phones out in IRL, or have it in my pocket, I feel like it might just be turning on all the time and wasting battery. Might be part of the reason why it seems to drain so fast. I don't know. Anyway, so I was gonna experiment by walking this way and see how far I can go before the signal starts degrading. I don't want to kill the stream though, so I don't want to go too far. But I have the hunch that there could be some pretty sick angles, like even just this right here. Those 3 trees down there and the rocks. That's pretty cool. That's totally amazing. Like, except for the fact that there's ridiculous mega powerhouse views here. This is like one of the best views ever. But because there's so many insano angles up here, it's hard to rate each one on a scale because they all look completely awesome. Yeah, this would be a good spot. Oh, before I forget, I'm gonna do that right now. It'll kill a couple minutes of time. I keep forgetting to do marking where I do the readings. Like, I really want to have that on my map so that, because I might come back to some of these places later in the year, and do like more live streams, as long as I don't shoot the exact same angle as before. I get like different cool shots, then I can go back. But if I don't mark like where I was, I won't remember what I've done yet. Oh, plus I could show a little bit. It doesn't really do it justice, but I can show where I was sitting and what it looks like. It's just really nice. I'm sitting right here, right under this thing, and just looking out there. I got this awesome thing right to my side. But yeah, it's hard to really do justice to how cool it looks. Okay, let me mark this spot. I'm having issues with this app. It's supposed to kind of wake itself up whenever I push the smart button, but it hasn't been working properly. There we go. 7 chimes for a WordHike spot. bet there are some people that literally don't believe that this is a live stream. And I mean, probably not many people here, but there's probably a few people that drop by the stream and think, wait, is it? No way that's live. There's no chance. And they just leave thinking, oh, that guy's fake. But yep, it's really a live stream. Look at all these amazing angles you can get. Like, if you had a really good camera here, you could get some pretty sick shots. So many compositions everywhere. I like textures. Actually, I was sitting down a little bit lower, so I was kind of looking through here like that. That's when I was exclaiming, like, this is crazy. This looks awesome. Just the right spot. You could get the mountain in between there, except that tree's kind of blocking it. All right, so I marked that spot. Successfully killed several minutes of time. I don't really like staying up on these places till sunset for a couple reasons. I mean, I like the experience of it. It's super awesome, but because the sun sets so late in the summer, I'm actually end up being out like pretty late because I wait until the sun goes completely down, then I kind of hang out for a little while longer, and then it takes me a while to pack up, and then I have to hike back to my car, and then I have to drive back home. So it's like I get home pretty late. Plus I have to sometimes hike back kind of in the dark and stuff, which isn't my favorite. I like the feeling of getting home when it's still a little bit of twilight, or I don't know if that's the right word, but a little bit of dusk light left. If for no other reason, it's easier to find my keys and unlock the door and all that kind of stuff. This is pretty perfect spot though. Like, I can put the camera behind this tree so there's no glare on the lens. I can sit on either two of those rocks. That's pretty amazing. It's about as good as it gets. Maybe not quite as amazing as the last shot, but it's pretty good. I might mark that mentally as a possible spot either for today or certainly for another time. But this ridge really goes for a long time, and I think, pretty sure I live streamed that whole thing, but I don't remember if it cut out a bunch of times. But I went all the way down this ridge the last time I was here, and I attempted to stream the whole thing, but I don't remember what happened. I'm guessing it's quite possible it might have cut out couple times on the way. I don't remember though. Man, I really want some kind of app that constantly checks the speed, but in an efficient way such that it doesn't kill the battery and stuff. But like, it'd be what would be absolutely amazing is an app that on your GPS track, it has like a spectrum color for your line on your track, and red is super fast, or whatever the spectrum is, but like it just shows you the signal for the entire trip. That would be absolutely amazing. I would love that. I would even, since that probably would use a lot of battery life, I would consider using like a second phone just to do that track. I don't know, it seems like there has to be an app like that out there somewhere. It would be using a lot of data because it would just be constantly checking the bit rate and stuff, but that would be a very useful app. I would like it a lot. So far the signal hasn't dropped really. Actually, down this way, just a few more steps, I could sit in that same spot on that rock and show the sunset over there and that other volcano behind. That would be pretty nice too. There's just like endless angles here. Sun doesn't really look that far from the horizon, but I'm pretty sure there's like 2 hours left, I think. 2 hours of sunlight, that is. Oh man, it just keeps getting... What is happening? It just keeps getting better. This is the ultimate. This is even probably better than the spot that I live streamed just a while ago. This is insane. Check this out. What? Oh, wow. Okay, so we got the mountain back there. Got this rock in the foreground that I could sit on. Got that like lava slope down below, all those trees, and got that volcano. This is ridiculous. It's like you can't even fit more stuff in the frame. It's completely absurd. Maybe I should just do the the last Bible reading here, because that's just, I don't think it's going to get better than that. I mean, famous last words, it might be even better a few steps down the trail, but this looks pretty ridiculous. Yeah, that's the spot. The cool thing, and the main reason I'm highly considering and probably will stay for the sunset, is the fact that there's some clouds over there. Because sometimes it's just like, when it's no clouds, all you get is kind of the orange sun and nothing for the light to bounce off of, and it's like, it's cool, but I don't know, when there's clouds, especially lots of clouds, it's pretty amazing. I wouldn't say there's lots of clouds today, there's just some clouds, but it'll probably look pretty amazing. And this will be an amazing spot to be. Okay, so I'm either gonna do the reading here. I don't think I'm gonna go further down the ridge right now, so I don't want to cut the stream out accidentally, but I think I might go up to the top before the sunset, and then if the top looks even better than this does, then I can stream up there. But if it doesn't, I'll just go up there to say that I was there and come back and do the reading right there. This is unbelievable. Like even this direction, it's not nearly as spectacular, but it's totally unique. Like it looks nothing like that other side. So I could do a reading right there. That would be cool. Man, there's just like 500 spots. Yeah, I could definitely come back here multiple times and not run out of unique scenery for Bible readings. Let's see. That was a sick spot though. I mean, that first spot right there, that's pretty hard to beat. But that next one that I might do is probably almost as good or about as good. I don't know, it's hard to, like I said, it's hard to give scores to these things when they all look so amazing. I used to try to give all my hikes some kind of rudimentary rating, some sort, because I used to use, here's another scene that looks cool. I used to use All Trails app quite a bit for my hikes and stuff until they like constantly made it worse. Like every single time they change, it's worse. Hey, call out, thanks for the follow. Call out to call out. Collagen, cauliflower, etc. What was I saying? I don't know. I don't even know. Oh. That's how easily I lose my concentration these days. Man, that is a good spot too. I like the elegance of simplicity. Like those shots that I was just showing you of places to stream, I'm like, there's so much in the frame, it's like almost looks like AI, like make another mountain here, another tree here, another crazy thing here, put a volcano there, you know, just keep adding all these crazy features. This spot right here, it's a little bit more just like simple, elegant beauty of trees and a few volcanoes in the background. That would make a good one. This side, though, is completely ridiculous. Like, it just never ends with, like, scenic elements. But yeah, let's head up to the top. I think it is pretty amazing at the top, but I don't know that I would say it looks... I can't imagine it looks better than what's down here. It's just kind of hard to imagine. Oh, I was saying about All Trails and the rating system. They kind of somewhat force you or highly encourage you to use their 5-star kind of rating system, like a lot of sites do, like Amazon and Rotten Tomatoes and all that kind of stuff. And so I got used to trying to rate things, but it's like when you go to a super amazing place, you can't really you can't get better than that. But what does that mean? Do you rate everything else that you ever did like a 4 or 3-star just because it's not as amazing? It's really hard to decide how to rate things. I used to try to do the comparative thing, and it just started making no sense at all because you only have 5 stars to work with. And if you do it by rating, then it's like the best place ever is 5 stars. The second best is 4 stars. The third best is 3 stars. But if you've been to like 10,000 places, there's only 5 ratings. So how do you distinguish between them? So yeah, I started to just like, it's not about comparison. It's more like what did I think about my experience that day? And with no basis of comparison. Did I have fun? Did I like the views? Did I like the hike? Then I'll give it a 5 stars, even if it's not that spectacular. And I generally do things that way now, because it's just, there's no way to compare everything. But I don't really use all trails anymore because I don't really like it that much anymore. And of course there's more spots here. I could get that angle with the trees and the two Humpty Dumpties. That green stuff down there is pretty sick. Like, there's just limitless angles here. I think I could come here like 4 or 5 times and still get new backgrounds. What's crazy to me is that there's actually places that look even more amazing than this. Like, I've never been to those places, so for me, these kind of spots are some of my favorites ever. But I've seen videos on YouTube of some hikes that people have done, like in, I don't know, like mountains in Europe and like up in Washington or Alaska or Canada or something, that kind of blow this away in a sense. But oh shoot, I think my bit rate dropped, I'm not sure, but anyway, yeah, it's hard to even imagine, honestly. And I've actually been to some places myself that are also arguably more amazing than this, but I don't know, it's hard to know. It's hard to really compare. Yeah, this is pretty nice. I sort of feel almost obligated to do the last Bible reading and stuff up here just because it's the actual summit, even though it's not necessarily more epic particularly. I mean, we've got the mountains over there, which is pretty awesome. I don't know, this is pretty amazing, but I can't decide. Doesn't really matter. One thing that I thought would be super sick someday when I have some money, which I probably never will, but would be to get one of those what are they called, sliders? I can't think of the term right now, but they I can't think of the term that most people use, but those sliding things that it just like goes back and forth really slow on a bar, makes your camera go back and forth. One of those things. I've wanted one of those for a long time. It'd be super cool, because then you could get some like basic subtle motion in with the content that I think really adds like a whole different dimension. The first person that I saw that did that, I don't know if I can conjure his name, but he's a guy that was on D-Live, and he had a camera, and it was before anybody knew what those things were. seemingly, because everyone that came into his stream was like, how is your camera doing that? He had a super high quality camera, like best I've ever seen probably. I'm sure it was a very expensive SLR with a very expensive lens on it, and then he had one of those sliding things. I can't remember his name. It'll come to me eventually, but he did music mostly, and some counseling stuff, which was interesting, but it's kind of a goofball, but at the same time he did some serious stuff also. I don't know. Anyway, can't remember his name. But he eventually left DLive like everybody else, and he ended up on Twitch. Right here is a pretty sick angle too with those trees. Wow, it's very windy. I don't even know if you can hear me at this point because it's suddenly sustained constant winds of great magnitude. Yeah, as nice as this is up here, I sort of feel drawn to that other place, but if I'm going to stay for the sunset, I definitely need to find a spot where I can see where the sun is going to go down. And I can't really see that right here, although I wouldn't have to move very far to get in that spot. I think that other spot was better, just mainly for the sunset purposes, and it was pretty epic anyway. This wouldn't be good for the sunset, but there's another sick angle right there. It's pretty awesome. Nice balance of tree compositions. Okay, looks like my phone battery is kind of getting, I don't know, it's not like critically low, but it's definitely not maintaining its charge at this point. I don't know if I'll be able to make it all the way to sunset. Wow, that looks crazy. There's that mountain, I don't know if it shows up on the stream, but that lighter mountain in between the others that has like a mist in front of it. It looks like a Bob Ross painting basically. Speaking of mountains, I almost decided to go on an actual epic hike. It's like between 8 and 10 miles and climbing a pretty significant mountain. I was considering that today, but I opted to come out here knowing that this would be really nice. Plus, a few days ago, I don't know, like, I don't remember exactly when it was, but several days ago, I did something really bad to my toe. I don't know what it was. I stubbed my toe, but it was kind of already hurting before that, and so I sort of decided it was probably wiser to pick less strenuous and long hikes in case my toe like just started hurting in the middle of it or something. And I'd be like limping the whole way back. because I, like, for a while I was like, actually for a couple days I was like not even doing much of anything because my toe hurt so bad. It was really weird. I don't remember ever having that experience. Alright, so I'm gonna probably go back to that previous spot. I mean, even just right here would be fine for the sunset. I could see it just fine from here, but I don't know. Oh, excuse me. Alright, I'm probably close enough that I'll just find a spot, set up my gear, and do the last Bible reading, and then I may or may not stay until sunset, and it'll kind of depend on my phone battery situation, because once my phone dies, the stream's over. I can't like extend it magically, even though I have other phones that I could use. I would have to like end the stream, restart it again with a different phone. It's just not really ideal. Plus my other cameras, or my other phones that I have, are old and pretty not very good. Put it simply. I think I tried live streaming with my second phone once or twice, but and it's not like it's the worst ever. It's just not great. I think I've gotten kind of lucky with my phone purchases. I did a little bit of research. Actually, my first one, I did a fair amount of research back in probably 2019 or 2020. I don't remember exactly when it was, but when I first started doing IRL live streams, did a lot of research on what the best phone at the time was, and pretty much came to the conclusion that the S9, Samsung S9 at the time, was the best phone out for live streaming in particular. I don't remember exactly what features it had that were good, but a lot of phones actually really struggled with live streaming back then for IRL stuff. I think they overheated and the batteries didn't last, and like certain apps, like the live streaming apps, aren't really great. So they can kind of prematurely kill your phones. But yeah, I got the S9 and I was really happy with it for quite a while, until it started just wigging out a little bit. I think I just used it too much for live streaming and kind of wore it out. And I think, honestly, if I were to either pay somebody or do a DIY battery replacement on that old S9, I think it would actually still be a pretty good streaming camera. 'Cause other than the fact that the stupid Android updates sometimes prematurely make your phones not as effective. Kind of like upgrading Windows on an old computer. It just like makes it super slow. Other than that, I don't think it would really change much between when it was released and now. And you can't even upgrade those old phones to super modern versions of Android anyway. But then I think the other issue, which is basically the same thing, is that some of the apps get updated and they kind of assume a baseline of a certain phone quality, so they keep adding more bloatedness to themselves, and then you can't end up using later versions of apps on older phones. But probably, honestly, if I don't know, sandboxed or just kind of specifically chose which versions of which apps that I installed somehow, like find like old APKs for old versions of things, I could probably get my old phone running again if I needed to or wanted to. And no, there's not like a halo rainbow thing. That's just like a lens flare, I think. I don't see that with my eyes. Just on the phone. Alright, let's put that down. I gotta get my tripod. That's weird. Oh, there it goes. Okay. I'm like, where's those later chat messages that came in? All of those many chat messages. Wow. Yeah, I think this is the spot. This is the spot. I just have to figure out where I'm going to sit. And I think I see a spot that has potential. It's actually kind of hard to time the Bible readings in sync with sunsets or sunrises. Sunrises are a little bit easier, but the sunset is hard because you start the reading and don't know how long the reading is going to take, and then you don't know how long the sunset's going to take. All right, there we go. Oh, I wish I had that other cord though. It's kind of annoying. So I think I would actually get a little bit longer battery life just by using that shorter cord. I'm not quite on a critical level yet, but it might get there. So let me see. I do have like an insanely short cord, but I'm not even sure that one's like actually a good cord. It's not just the length, it's also something about the quality, I guess. Probably the thickness of the metal and what kind of metal it is, I don't know. But I've seen different performance with different cords, even if they have some of the same specs. Technically, I might get the most length of life if I just leave this on the gimbal. Not really sure what kind of battery I still have on the gimbal. Might be not much left. But the gimbal acts as a battery bank, which is kind of cool. I might try that. I'm tempted to try that. The only other issue is the wind might suddenly go crazy and be too much for the gimbal to handle. I don't know. Oops, I forgot. I need that thing. Quick release, or quick release thing, plate. I'll try that. Hopefully the gimbal doesn't just die suddenly. I don't know how to check the battery. I wonder if I'll turn the gimbal off just for a second, because maybe when I turn it back on, it might tell me how much battery it has. Yeah, it's only got 2 bars. Never really timed things to know how long that will last, but it might just cut out in the middle. Okay, we'll give myself the best possible scenario. Short cord. I feel like there's maybe something wrong with this cord though, because I was trying to charge my phone with it earlier and I thought, oh, this will make it fast. Look at how short this cord is. It's like 6 inches long or something. I thought that would really juice it up earlier, and it didn't really do much for me. So some of these cheap cords that I buy, you get what you pay for. I don't buy like big brand names or expensive stuff, so they sometimes don't last very long, or they're just not good quality or whatever. Oh yeah, this one's bent. That's probably why. It's maybe broken. It's got a pretty significant bend in the tip of it. I don't know. That doesn't necessarily mean it's broken yet, but it could be. Better just use the long one. It just sucks because it's not going to last as long. Definitely killing time though, if that was my goal, which it kind of was. Let's see, then let's do a little bit of exposure adjustment. Extra exposure adjustment, I guess. Oh man, I can't see, there's so much glare. It's probably fine. Yeah, it's funny. I actually just simplified my pack a little bit. And the one day that I do that is the one day that I'm like, oh, I used to have that stuff that I would want to use today. The one time that I actually get rid of a few things is the one time I wish I had those extra things. It's always like that. That's why I don't know. I like simplifying so I don't have so much stuff to carry, but then something goes wrong, like I don't have as many technical difficulty streams as I used to, but they still happen. And it used to be that I had so many what do you call backup plans, or just like gear bailout kind of things, extra stuff, that if something went wrong I could pretty much get myself out of that kind of scenario by switching out my gear and whatnot. So that's why I started just carrying more stuff than I need. But these days I haven't had as much problems, so I don't feel like I need as much extra junk carrying around. Alright, I think that's all I really need. Let's see, that spot that I was going to sit is just barely on the screen. So if I pull this back, I might get a little more real estate. I'm like overthinking. Nobody cares about this stuff. It's just, since nobody's here to talk to me, I'm just talking about whatever boring streaming gear stuff. All right, that looks good. Here's hoping that lasts long enough. I think it'll probably last long enough to do the Bible reading. Maybe not all the way through to the sunset, but just see what happens. Take that down though. Make it more stable. I'll just barely be in the frame if I sit where I'm thinking. Okay, what was the reading we did? Mark 8 last. Oh, that's pretty easy to figure out. It's the last reading of week 8. Thankfully, it doesn't have any stupid, I shouldn't say stupid, but passage complications that will cause my incomplete script to wig out. All right, yeah, I think I'll start doing the stream. The Bible reading as soon as I can get my stuff together here. Definitely need a drink. I'm very thirsty. That looks good. Yep. So see how it handles the like starting and ending verse scenarios. I can do chapters. I can do chapters through chapters. So I can do like Exodus 1 through 3. I can do Exodus 1, 15 to 27. You know, I can do all that stuff. But when it comes to a chapter verse through something else, like another chapter verse, then it doesn't. It don't like it. That's when I have to do my hack job to get it to work. All right, this is a perfect little perch platform, but this stuff might sink down below me when I sit down. We'll see. Collapse. This stuff in front of me where my feet are could definitely collapse. But as long as I don't move around too much, it should be good. I just forget about these cool... I like to buy cases with some kind of stand built into them, even though I pretty much never use that, but whenever I think about it on my live streams, it actually can come in quite handy. This phone is going dead fast. Wow. This is my S9 that I have down on the ground. Still works, but battery life is pretty abysmal. But yeah, if you're interested in doing IRL live streaming, one of my biggest tips for you is never get rid of your old phones. They come in very, very handy. It's not like I'm rich and I have like a bunch of phones. I just keep my old ones whenever I'm buying a new one. I don't trade them in and get rid of the old ones. I just keep them. And I've used them a lot as chat. Like I can see my chat on here. I can use this Bible app thing. It's very useful. Oh, I should check my microphone. Just sometimes I forget to do that. Looks good. All right, so this last reading for today is going to be Exodus 35 to 37, Matthew 16, 13 to 28, Mark 8, 22 to 38, and Luke 9, 18 to 27. I think I've been out, let's see, when did I think I left at like 6 this morning. I've been out over 12 hours today. I've done hardly any hiking, really. I mean, some hiking, but not much. It's mostly been about kind of hanging out, doing the Bible readings. It's been fun, but normally I would like to do more hiking, but it's been kind of relaxing, and it's probably good for my toe situation too, not to overdo it. Exodus chapter 35. Then Moses assembled the whole congregation of Israel and said to them, "These are the things that the Lord has commanded you to do. For 6 days work may be done, but the 7th day shall be your holy day, a Sabbath of complete rest to the Lord. Whoever does any work on that day must be put to death. Do not light a fire in any of your dwellings on the Sabbath day. Moses also told the whole congregation of Israel, "This is what the Lord has commanded. Take from among you an offering to the Lord. Let everyone whose heart is willing bring an offering to the Lord: gold, silver, and bronze, blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, fine linen, and goat hair, ram skins dyed red, and fine leather, acacia wood, olive oil for the light, spices for the anointing oil and for the fragrant incense, and onyx stones and gemstones to be mounted on the ephod and breastpiece. Let every skilled craftsman among you come and make everything that the Lord has commanded: the tabernacle with its tent and covering, its clasps and frames, its crossbars, posts, and bases, the ark with its poles and mercy seat, and the veil to shield it, the table with its poles, all its utensils, and the bread of the presence, the lampstand for light with its accessories and lamps, and oil for the light, the altar of incense with its poles, the anointing oil and fragrant incense, the curtain for the doorway at the entrance to the tabernacle, the altar of burnt offering with its bronze grate, its poles, and all its utensils, the basin with its stand, the curtains of the courtyard with its posts and bases, and the curtain for the gate of the courtyard, the tent pegs for the tabernacle and for the courtyard along with their ropes, and the woven garments for ministering in the holy place, both the holy garments for Aaron the priest and the garments for his sons to serve as priests. Then the whole congregation of Israel withdrew from the presence of Moses, and everyone whose heart stirred him and whose spirit prompted him came and brought an offering to the Lord for the work on the tent of meeting, for all its services, and for the holy garments. So all who had willing hearts, both men and women, came and brought brooches and earrings, rings and necklaces, and all kinds of gold jewelry. And they all presented their gold as a wave offering to the Lord. Everyone who had blue, purple, or scarlet yarn, or fine linen, goat hair, ram skins dyed red, or articles of fine leather, brought them. And all who could present an offering of silver or bronze brought it as a contribution to the Lord. Also everyone who had acacia wood for any part of the service brought it. Every skilled woman spun with her hands and brought what she had spun: blue, purple, or scarlet yarn, or fine linen. And all the skilled women whose hearts were stirred spun the goat hair. The leaders brought onyx stones and gemstones to mount on the ephod and breastpiece, as well as spices and olive oil for the light, for the anointing oil, and for the fragrant incense. So all the men and women of the Israelites whose hearts prompted them brought a free will offering to the Lord for all the work that the Lord through Moses had commanded them to do. Then Moses said to the Israelites, "See, the Lord has called by name Bezalel, son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah. And he has filled him with the Spirit of God, with skill, ability, and knowledge in all kinds of craftsmanship, to design artistic works in gold, silver, and bronze, to cut gemstones for settings, and to carve wood, so that he may be a master of every artistic craft. And the Lord has given both him and Aholiab, son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan, the ability to teach others. He has filled them with skill to do all kinds of work, as engravers, designers, embroiderers in blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and fine linen, and as weavers, as artistic designers of every kind of craft." That would be pretty cool. Like Rush Limbaugh used to say, talent on loan from God. Just have more than just your natural talents, but like given like these amazing, miraculous artistic skills that are just beyond the ordinary. And not just like one craft, but like every conceivable, ability, or at least all the ones that were necessary for this particular situation. I keep hearing something behind me. There might be like a chipmunk back there. As long as it's not like a poisonous snake or something like that. I don't think we really have such things here. My house, I don't know if we even have like scorpions and stuff like that. I think if you go out like into the desert areas of the state, there might be stuff like that. I've never seen those kind of dangerous creatures here, but there might be some. I wonder if I said Genesis. I have this feeling that I sometimes say Genesis when I mean Exodus. I'm not really sure. Hopefully not, but I'll fix that stuff later, I guess, if I do. Exodus chapter 36. So Bezalel, Aholiab, and every skilled person are to carry out everything commanded by the Lord, who has given them skill and ability to know how to perform all the work of constructing the sanctuary. Then Moses summoned Bezalel, Aholiab, and every skilled person whom the Lord had gifted, everyone whose heart stirred him to come and do the work. They received from Moses all the contributions that the Israelites had brought to carry out the service of constructing the sanctuary. Meanwhile, the people continued to bring freewill offerings morning after morning, so that all the skilled craftsmen who were doing all the work on the sanctuary left their work and said to Moses, "The people are bringing more than enough for doing the work the Lord has commanded us to do." After Moses had given an order, they sent a proclamation throughout the camp. No man or woman should make anything else as an offering for the sanctuary, so the people were restrained from bringing more, since what they already had was more than enough to perform all the work. All the skilled craftsmen among the workmen made the 10 curtains for the tabernacle. They were made of finely spun linen, as well as blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, with cherubim skillfully worked into them. Each curtain was 28 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. All the curtains were the same size. And he joined 5 of the curtains together, and the other 5 he joined as well. He made loops of blue material on the edge of the end curtain in the first set, and also on the end curtain in the second set. He made 50 loops on one curtain, and 50 loops on the end curtain of the second set, so that the loops lined up opposite one another. He also made 50 gold clasps to join the curtains together, so that the tabernacle was a unit. He then made curtains of goat hair for the tent over the tabernacle, 11 curtains in all. Each of the 11 curtains was the same size, 30 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. He joined 5 of the curtains into one set, and the other 6 into another. He made 50 loops along the edge of the end curtain in the first set, and 50 loops along the edge of the corresponding curtain in the second set. He also made 50 bronze clasps to join the tent together as a unit. Additionally, he made for the tent a covering of ram skins dyed red, and over that a covering of fine leather. Next, he constructed upright frames of acacia wood for the tabernacle. Each frame was 10 cubits long and a cubit and a half wide. 2 tenons were connected to each other for each frame. He made all the frames of the tabernacle in this way. He constructed 20 frames for the south side of the tabernacle, with 40 silver bases to put under the 20 frames, 2 bases for each frame, 1 under each tenon. For the second side of the tabernacle, the north side, he made 20 frames and 40 silver bases, 2 bases under each frame. He made 6 frames for the rear of the tabernacle, the west side, and 2 frames for the 2 back corners of the tabernacle, coupled together from bottom to top and fitted into a single ring. He made both corners in this way, so there were 8 frames and 16 silver bases, 2 under each frame. He also made 5 crossbars of acacia wood for the frames on one side of the tabernacle, 5 for those on the other side, and 5 for those on the rear side of the tabernacle to the west. He made the central crossbar to run through the center of the frames from one end to the other. And he overlaid the frames with gold and made gold rings to hold the crossbars. He also overlaid the crossbars with gold. Next he made the veil of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and finely spun linen, with cherubim skillfully worked into it. He also made 4 posts of acacia wood for it, and overlaid them with gold, along with gold hooks, and he cast 4 silver bases for the posts. For the entrance to the tent he made a curtain embroidered with blue, purple, and scarlet yarn and finely spun linen, together with 5 posts and their hooks. He overlaid the tops of the posts and their bands with gold, and their 5 bases were bronze. Yeah, it's amazing that sometimes the sun goes down like really fast, but it looks like it's going to be a while. I don't know the equation of it, but like as the sun gets closer to the horizon, it definitely seems to speed up, but I don't know if that's actually true. But definitely when it's like really close and about to completely disappear, it seems to just like you can almost see it moving. Which is kind of weird because when it's up in the sky, it doesn't seem to move that fast. But one thing I've noticed is that it actually does kind of move fast, because on my live streams, if you like scrub through the stream, you can see the shadows just going whoosh, and like the clouds flying by, of course, but the shadow thing is pretty cool. I've never really done whatever you call those things. Yeah, those long exposure, whatever things, I can't think of the word right now. Never actually shot those, but my live streams kind of show up that way. It looks cool. Alright, let's keep going. Exodus chapter 37. Bezalel went on to construct the ark of acacia wood, 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, and 1.5 cubits high. He overlaid it with pure gold, both inside and out, and made a gold molding around it. And he cast 4 gold rings for its 4 feet, 2 rings on one side and 2 on the other. Then he made poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. He inserted the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark in order to carry it. He constructed a mercy seat of pure gold, 2.5 cubits long, and 1.5 cubits wide. He made 2 cherubim of hammered gold at the ends of the mercy seat, 1 cherub on one end and 1 on the other, all made from 1 piece of gold. And the cherubim had wings that spread upward, overshadowing the mercy seat. The cherubim faced each other, looking toward the mercy seat. He also made the table of acacia wood, 2 cubits long, 1 cubit wide, and 1.5 cubits high. He overlaid it with pure gold and made a gold molding around it. And he made a rim around it, a handbreadth wide, and put a gold molding on the rim. He cast 4 gold rings for the table and fastened them to the 4 corners as its 4 legs. The rings were placed close to the rim to serve as holders for the poles used to carry the table. He made the poles of acacia wood for carrying the table and overlaid them with gold. He also made the utensils for the table out of pure gold, its plates and dishes, as well as its bowls and pitchers for pouring drink offerings. Then he made the lampstand out of pure hammered gold, all of 1 piece. its base and shaft, its cups, and its buds and petals. 6 branches extended from the sides, 3 on one side and 3 on the other. There were 3 cups shaped like almond blossoms on the first branch, each with buds and petals, 3 on the next branch, and the same for all 6 branches that extended from the lampstand. And on the lampstand were 4 cups shaped like almond blossoms with buds and petals. A bud was under the first pair of branches that extended from the lampstand, a bud under the second pair, and a bud under the third pair. The buds and branches were all of one piece with the lampstand, hammered out of pure gold. He also made its 7 lamps, its wick trimmers, and trays of pure gold. He made the lampstand and all its utensils from a talent of pure gold. He made the altar of incense out of acacia wood. It was square, a cubit long, a cubit wide, and 2 cubits high. Its horns were of one piece, and he overlaid with pure gold the top and all the sides and horns. Then he made a molding of gold around it. He made 2 gold rings below the molding on opposite sides to hold the poles used to carry it. And he made the poles of acacia wood and overlaid them with gold. He also made the sacred anointing oil and the pure fragrant incense, the work of a perfumer. I realized that if I sit in this position much longer, my knees are gonna hurt by the end of this, so let me see if I can change that a bit. Whoa. All right. A few short sections in the Gospels, and then I'll be done. Sort of want to wait until the sun is closer so I can read as it's going down, but I actually have a pretty long time before that. I think, I'm not sure, but maybe almost an hour before the sun actually goes down. Doesn't seem like it should take that long when it's that low, but can't remember what the time of sunset is right now. Last time I was looking at it, it was like 8:40 or something like that p.m. But I haven't been watching the weather lately, and I know we've reached the longest day of the year quite a long time ago, and it's been getting shorter ever since, a little bit each day, so probably isn't quite that late now for the sunset, but I don't know. I guess I could check. See, I have some app for that. Yeah, it's about the same. Hasn't really changed much. It's had quite a while. Like pretty much a whole hour. That's crazy. It doesn't look like it would last that long. Well, that was weird. Matthew chapter 16, starting in verse 13. When Jesus came to the region of Caesarea Philippi, he questioned his disciples, "Who do people say the Son of Man is?" They replied, Some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah, and still others Jeremiah or one of the prophets. But what about you? Jesus asked. Who do you say I am? Simon Peter answered, You are the Christ, the Son of the living God. Jesus replied, Blessed are you, Simon, son of Jonah, for this was not revealed to you by flesh and blood, but by my Father in heaven. And I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not prevail against it. I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. Then he admonished the disciples not to tell anyone that he was the Christ. From that time on, Jesus began to show his disciples that he must go to Jerusalem and suffer many things at the hands of the elders, chief priests, and scribes, and that he must be killed and on the third day be raised to life. Peter took him aside and began to rebuke him. Far be it from you, Lord, he said, this shall never happen to you. But Jesus turned and said to Peter, Get behind me, Satan. You are a stumbling block to me, for you do not have in mind the things of God, but the things of men. Then Jesus told his disciples, If anyone wants to come after me, he must deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. For whoever wants to save his life will lose it, but whoever loses his life for my sake will find it. What will it profit a man if he gains the whole world yet forfeits his soul? Or what can a man give in exchange for his soul? For the Son of Man will come in his Father's glory with his angels, and then he will repay each one according to what he has done. Truly I tell you, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. Oh, that wind is actually drying out my eyes. It's coming in at just the wrong angle. Mark chapter 8, starting in verse 22. When they arrived at Bethsaida, some people brought a blind man and begged Jesus to touch him. So he took the blind man by the hand and led him out of the village. Then he spit on the man's eyes and placed his hands on him. Can you see anything? He asked. The man looked up and said, I can see the people, but they look like trees walking around. Once again, Jesus placed his hands on the man's eyes, and when he opened them, his sight was restored, and he could see everything clearly. Jesus sent him home and said, Do not go back into the village. Then Jesus and his disciples went on to the villages around Caesarea Philippi. On the way, he questioned his disciples, Who do people say I am? They replied, Some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah, and still others one of the prophets. But what about you? Jesus asked. Who do you say I am? Peter answered, You are the Christ. And Jesus warned them not to tell anyone about him. Then he began to teach them that the Son of Man must suffer many things and be rejected by the elders, chief priests, and scribes, and that he must be killed and after 3 days rise again. He spoke this message quite frankly, and Peter took him aside and began to rebuke him. But Jesus, turning and looking at his disciples, rebuked Peter and said, Get behind me, Satan, for you do not have in mind the things of God, but the things of men. Then Jesus called the crowd to him along with his disciples, and he told them, If anyone wants to come after me, he must deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. For whoever wants to save his life will lose it, but whoever loses his life for my sake and for the gospel will save it. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world yet forfeit his soul? Or what can a man give in exchange for his soul? If anyone is ashamed of me and my words in this adulterous and sinful generation, the Son of Man will also be ashamed of him when he comes in his Father's glory with the holy angels. Luke chapter 9, starting in verse 18. One day, as Jesus was praying in private, and the disciples were with him, he questioned them, "Who do the crowds say I am?" They replied, "Some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah, and still others that a prophet of old has arisen." "But what about you?" Jesus asked. "Who do you say I am?" Peter answered, "The Christ of God." Jesus strictly warned them not to tell this to anyone. "The Son of Man must suffer many things," he said. "He must be rejected by the elders, chief priests, and scribes, and he must be killed, and on the third day be raised to life." Then Jesus said to all of them, "If anyone wants to come after me, he must deny himself and take up his cross daily and follow me. For whoever wants to save his life will lose it, but whoever loses his life for my sake will save it. What does it profit a man to gain the whole world, yet lose or forfeit his very self? If anyone is ashamed of me and my words, the Son of Man will be ashamed of him when he comes in his glory, and in the glory of the Father and of the holy angels. But I tell you truthfully, some who are standing here will not taste death before they see the kingdom of God." All right, made it through the reading. Still got some little bit of sunlight left. I think I'll just sit here and relax. I need to get a better position though. This is like sliding down the rocks here. Not gonna work. Maybe just right down there might work. Oh, yay. Got all the readings done. Well, whatever that means. Got all the ones that I wanted to get done, I guess. Whatever. Not sure how the battery's doing. Actually, it looks like the gimbal's doing good. The phone battery is getting low, but I think it'll last. I think we'll be fine. It's getting just ever so slightly chilly. I might throw my jacket on. I think I brought it. It's not really chilly, but just the wind combined with sitting around for so long. Nice thing about finishing the Bible reading before the sunset is that I can actually sit and enjoy it just like all the other people watching the stream. That's funny. Oh, there we go. I wish my phone would do a little bit better with the HDR. I mean, the dynamic range. The sun looks pretty lame on the screen, if I'm being honest, but oh well. This is pretty awesome. I wish more people could do this kind of stuff. I mean, I've been sitting here for hours and nobody else is here, and every time I've been here, there's nobody here, and I mean, I like that. Of course, that's what I'm talking about. What I mean is, I wish, like, I could bring my parents up here. I have some friends that it seems like they would really enjoy being up here, but they don't really like to hike, so they probably wouldn't do it. I only have, like, one friend that I can do this kind of stuff with. Like, I have two other acquaintances, I guess I'd call them friends, but people that I've met that live around here, and one of them I've gone on some hikes with, but I'm not sure if I could convince that guy to come up to places like these, because it's not really a normal hike. It's more of a bushwhacking adventure, just cross country, no real trails. There's like ATV dirt bike kind of trails that people have carved into the ground, but they're not like real trails. And honestly, like, I actually don't even know what to think about the safety of that. Like, for me, I'm totally fine. Do this stuff all the time, but like bringing up somebody that's not done a lot of that, I feel like that actually could put someone else in danger of twisting an ankle or something. I don't think it'd be any serious dangers. I'm not like on the edge of mountain cliffs. I mean, you could say that I am, but not really. Nothing that someone's gonna fall to their demise. But still, I would feel somewhat responsible for people that I take places, especially if they have less hiking experience than myself. If they have as much or more, then I'd be like, okay, you're on your own, you know how to take care of yourself. But I don't really have friends. I don't have any friends that are more experienced than me with hiking, so even my best friend that I go hiking with, I sometimes wonder if it's... I mean, I know his skill level, he's fine, but, like, I certainly wouldn't want him to get hurt or something like that. I have to use my kind of junky phone to take photos. As usual. Once again, though, like, why am I even taking photos? The main reason is because I already know by looking at the phone and just from general experience with all these live streams that the live streaming app doesn't do very good with the exposure when there's really high contrast like this. But the phone, like the actual camera app, has a bunch of fancy tech in it that the streaming app doesn't have, so it can do decent, pretty good actually. But I can't take pictures of it with that phone while I'm live streaming, so it kind of sucks. Oh well. It's starting to go down faster. Oh yeah, I guess a whole half hour has passed since I last was talking about the time, so we have about another half hour to go. Still doesn't seem right. Looks like it should just zip down really fast. This might be another one of those crazy epic sunsets, like that one I live streamed, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I think this will be pretty epic. As long as all these clouds don't suddenly blow away, which sometimes happens, like right before the sunset, all the clouds disappear, and then there's not much to reflect off of. It's super epic over that way with the clouds. It's almost too bad that the sun's not going down over that way. Oh, I forgot, I got a new flashlight, but I don't think I brought it. I always have some kind of flashlight. Like I have 3 cell phones, and all the cell phones have flashlights, and then my battery bank has a flashlight. Although all of those are kind of at risk of running out of battery at this point, but I think I usually carry a headlamp too. Although I haven't really checked what all's in my backpack recently. But today's one of those days I might actually need to use it to get back to the car. Probably not. I mean, it's amazing how long the sky stays with some illumination after the sunset. Definitely got the golden hour going on. I was thinking a little bit earlier, I was thinking of doing one final pan around the landscape. Speaking of pan around, I should try to get a panorama with this phone. Thankfully the wind has died down. Let's see. That's all I need to do. That's pretty handy. I like that. Being able to detach the gimbal like that. If I was confident in the battery life of the gimbal, I would just probably do that all the time, but I think it does actually last pretty long. I think my gimbal is kind of like my battery bank. I'm not sure I've ever ran it down all the way down on a live stream. I just noticed the bitrate is not as good as it was. I'm kind of guessing that's a time of day kind of thing. Just people getting off work and using the network more, and so I don't get quite as much of a piece of the pie. And hopefully the Bible reading part was not terrible looking or glitchy or something. Man, that looks awesome. Except that in real life it looks even better. Metal. Alright, I'll be right back. Tell the difference between these. Okay, so just so I remember, the good one, the better quality one is on my right. Hopefully these don't have some kind of weird mic interference when they're close to each other. walk around, get a couple photos, and maybe I should do a short recording with my other phone. Before it's all over. Hey, Flo here. I'm up on one of my absolute favorite places to go. It's super beautiful with infinite scenes and angles all over the place. Check it out. It is officially golden hour. It is officially golden hour. This place is absolutely stunning and ridiculous. I'm gonna stay up here for the sunset, and then I'll finally head back down. Done a ton of Bible readings up here today, so check those out on my channel if you're interested. Take in the scenery at least. There's my streaming setup. I wish that like the Bible reading thing I can do now that I have the BSB, which is public domain and stuff, but I wish I could do like singing. I'm not a very good singer, but this kind of imagery inspires worship songs and stuff. But unfortunately, like especially on YouTube, I would get copyright claims so fast. Just annoying. I've actually done a few songs in the past on some of my live streams like last year when I was doing Bible readings. If I saw like a verse of the Bible that made me think of a song that has those words in it, then I would sing that song. At least I did that a few times. Every single one of those got copyright claimed, so I had to like mute them all out, change the songs. It was just kind of a pain, so probably won't do that anymore just because of that irritation. That was too bad because that's the thing, like, I don't know, I know Christian artists need to make money and all that stuff, whatever, I get it, but it's just, I don't know, it's very unfortunate. It's like, I'm going to sue you, I'm going to claim your content because you're worshiping God with my lyrics. It's just so annoying. I get it, though. I mean, I totally understand those people. That's how they make their livelihood, is off their songs that they've written, so I understand. It's just, I don't know, when it's worship music, I feel like it should be different somehow, just because of the purpose of the music. Can you imagine, like, going to heaven, like literally going to heaven after all this world has passed away, or just if all of us are going to die, before the world passes away, many of us, and just going to heaven and you're singing some song, and then Chris Tomlin or some publishing company comes up behind you and says, stop singing. You didn't get my permission. Oh man, so lame. But that's actually basically what it's like. It's not to like single out Chris Tomlin or whatever his name is, but just in general, just the whole concept of that is just completely ridiculous. Or some angels like, hey, I wrote that song. That'll be $10 per performance, please. Royalty fees. One of my favorite, forgot I was recording on this. One of my favorite Christian artists from the past, not necessarily anymore so much, although I still enjoy some of his old music. Don Francisco. He, I don't know if he always did this or whatever. I think I'm pretty sure he did something like this where he didn't really force people to pay for his music. He basically just said, pay whatever you can, and if you can't pay anything, he would actually give his music to some people for free, kind of a based on your income or based on what you're able to do. I thought that was pretty cool. I don't remember if Keith Green also did something like that. Those two are some of my real heavy hitting influencers from my early youth, childhood, past, whatever. Their music had a big impact on my life and basically discipled me in a way before I got any formal Christian training of that variety. None of these videos or pictures really do justice to what it looks like. They look okay, but I should have done maybe a zoom in or something. I forgot. Alright, sun has officially set from this perspective. Whether it's truly down or just kind of behind the mountains, I don't know. Probably the mega color stuff won't happen for quite a while. Usually takes a fair amount of time for that pinks and purples to show up. I kind of want to wait for it just because I know how amazing it might look, but I don't want to stay here super late until it's like mega dark. Plus, yeah, some of the clouds kind of disappeared. There's still some there, but there was actually quite a few up higher in the sky a little bit earlier. It would have been more colorful if those stuck around. It's still going to look pretty epic though, I think. Once all those colors set in. Ugh, white balance on this phone is terrible. Technically, I can shoot in RAW on probably all of my phones, but definitely the Samsungs, but I don't know. I don't like taking the time to develop the RAW photos, so I kind of stopped shooting in RAW quite a while ago because of that. I just can't stand how long it takes. I don't know, did I turn this off? Either I just turned my phone off and forgot what I did, or it just ran out of battery suddenly. Try to pack up as many things as I can. May as well do the chair. Okay. Oh, nice. I don't really understand how some of those clouds seemingly appear out of nothing. This is going to be pretty awesome. Maybe they were there, that they were kind of translucent and they just needed the light to shine off of them just the right way. I don't know. But they're back. Those taller, higher ones, I saw them earlier and then they seemingly disappeared, but now they're kind of back. I've just barely tapped the possibility of what live streams I can do here for the Bible reading background stuff. Not only the ones that I was showing earlier, but there's like a whole nother set of possibilities down in the lava flow, which I did live stream that before, but not in the context of the Bible stuff. There's so much I could do here. I could probably do like a third of the Bible just in this one spot by finding a bunch of unique angles and stuff. That really bright, wow, what is happening? That bright line going across, which could be like one of those, what do you call them, jet streams, or just the things that jets leave behind. It's really bright, but it also seems to have like rays coming out of it from the sun. Looks really, not sure that shows up on the stream, but it looks pretty cool. All right, my battery is totally lasting. Like the gimbal hasn't gone down anymore. It still has, I think, 2 bars out of 4 because I have it plugged into my battery bank. Battery bank itself might be about to die. I don't know. That's quite amazing that I can stream that long just with a cell phone and battery bank. It's a pretty basic setup. I think the USB-C to USB-C change that I did for basically using my gimbal to power the phone was the key to success for longer battery capacities. Oh, actually, you know what? That's obvious. I can pack up the tripod and just use the gimbal. That's a good idea. I want to get as packed up as possible so that once I decide I'm done with looking at colors and things, I can be on my way. Yeah, those rays on top of that line look really cool. See if I can show that up close. Not sure if it shows up as well as I see it with my eyes, but I guess you can kind of see lines coming out. Got some of the pinky purple stuff starting to form over this way. It looks like there might be possibly some, I don't know if that's smoke or what that is, but it's quite actually very cool looking. It's like that Bob Ross painting thing going on again, where you got the layers of mist separating the layers of mountains. Especially that one right there. It looks really almost fake. Alright, put this down for a bit and then I pack up my tripod. Whoa. Oh, almost fell over trying to put my tripod on the ground. I mean my gimbal on the ground. This could be interesting if it had enough exposure intelligence to show that, but that's not going to work. Wow, I wish the Lord would just take me home. I'm ready to go. Ready to go see him someday. But hopefully I'll find a purpose here. You know, try different things. But most of the stuff I try just doesn't really seem to have much impact. That's why I'm ready to go. It's like, well, I don't really have a place pointing to others to Christ, making much of an impact. Like, what's the point of being around here? Just ready to go home, that's for sure. I sort of wonder if, like, this is like just total random conspiracy theory stuff, but what if this was my last thing I do, you know, the project, the Bible reading thing? I'd be so ready. I'd be so okay with that. Alright. Guess I can just carry the gimbal out as is and pretty much be all packed up. What? What? Oh my goodness. Okay. This isn't going to show up on the stream as epic as it looks in real life, but what in the world? What? That is amazing. Can't really capture that. Oops. Can't really capture that exposure properly. Oops. What did I do? Here we go. That's amazing. That is unbelievable. What? That's probably the most picturesque thing I've ever seen. It doesn't look that nearly as cool on the stream, but if you saw that in person, oh, what? That is unbelievable. I can't believe that's even happening. I wish I had a good camera. That's sick. If I had my mirrorless camera with the telephoto, oh my goodness, what? That is unbelievable. Wow. Wish I could capture that with the clarity and colors that it actually shows up with. It doesn't look nearly as good on the screen. It's mind-blowing though. I mean, it just looked like when I first saw it, I didn't quite turn around fast enough to see the full potential, but it was like so perfectly sitting there and so clear that it looked like it was just sitting on top of the mountain. But yeah, that's crazy looking. I've never seen the moon look that good. But it doesn't look, I mean, I can't even tell you what it looks like really, because it doesn't look as good on the stream, not even close. This app isn't letting me zoom out for some reason. I have to switch cameras. Okay, that's crazy. Wow, that is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that. If only had a good camera for that. That sucks. I'll never see anything like that again. That's amazing. Oh, speaking of, let's turn around this way again. What? It's just gonna keep getting more ridiculous, probably. Oh, actually, before I missed this opportunity, I don't remember what exposure I had this on. Let's play around with that real quick. See if I can make it look any better with the. Oh yeah, I have it on the maximum exposure compensation of -2, which is not enough to really. I don't know. The HDR on this kind of sucks. It's just not good enough. Oh well. But yeah, it's looking pretty good over here too. I have to say, that's not too shabby. Oh man. Oh, it's kind of too late because I put my stuff away, but it would have been cool to get a short recording of that. Let's see, where is that? That phone's in my pocket. I could do it. I just won't have the good audio, but who cares, because I'm not really using that. I'm not sure. This phone might have expired too. My battery might be dead. This is amazing. What a day. I am so glad I stayed. Man, imagine missing this. It would suck. Only thing is, you miss something, you don't really know what you're missing. I would have been I would have like been down below though, hiking to the car, and I would have seen all this and be like, no, I should have stayed up there. Once again, the colors aren't quite right. Yeah, this my S9 is dead. That battery is completely gone. Can't use it anymore. Oh man, ooh. Maybe I can get a couple shots with my other cheapy phone. That moon thing though, I don't know what's going on there. That was just crazy looking. It's hard to even explain what I can see there that looks so amazing, because when I turn the camera over there on the stream, it's like, whatever. It's not that cool. I mean, it looks kind of interesting, but oh, it's stunning. I've never seen the moon look like that. I mean, I've seen like whatever you call them, the harvest moons, I think, or whatever, where it's like big yellow or whatever. That's also amazing, but something about whatever is going on today is something extra special. Don't know what it is. Now it's not quite as magnificent. I think it was because there was still some light on those hills, and there still kind of is, but the amount of light was perfect, and the fact that the moon looked like it was just resting very clearly on top of the hill was just like, whoa, what? Kind of like an optical illusion, but also just kind of eye-popping. But it's kind of past now. Now it'll just go. I guess also, normally, I feel like the moon isn't usually quite that bright when there's still so much sunlight going on, but I don't know, maybe that's not that unusual, I don't know. Getting pretty colorful over here though. I think it's just gonna keep getting more and more colors. I wonder what the wide angle looks like. It's not quite as brilliant. It's just gonna keep getting more crazy, but I can't stay here like until it's completely over with, because then it'll be so dark I won't be able to see where I'm going. Like I said, I do have flashlights and stuff, but I don't really like going in the total dark. Back when I lived in Portland, I went to the Oregon Zoo a bunch of times. It seems like it's there. They have like I want to say they have like a tundra exhibit kind of thing, where they have like kind of this distant rushing wind sound. This whole experience kind of reminds me of that. It's very, very soothing and peaceful. All right, I should probably get started. It's not gonna, the thing that's cool or that's fortunate is I'm not that far up from the, like, there's some forest roads down there, some forest service roads or whatever. It's not that far to get down to those, so even if it gets dark before I'm able to get to the car, pretty soon I'll be on those roads, and then it shouldn't be too bad. Actually, before I get my backpack on, I'm going to see if I have my headlamp in the pocket. Yep, that's good. Of course, I haven't checked what the battery situation is. I don't remember how this thing works. Doesn't seem to be responding. So the batteries must be dead. It's not a big deal because I have other light sources, but I also typically have a backup set of batteries in my pack as well. Try that out. Of course, the backup batteries might be like dead too, because I just leave these in here for really long periods of time. I should cycle them out every once in a while. Okay, we got light. Woo! Okay, we're good. Wow. What a experience today. This has been quite outstanding. Probably, now that I know where that trail is too, I'll probably take that on the way back. It should make it a little less hazardous going down the slope. Not that it's particularly hazardous, it's just because it's getting dark. That's actually pretty accurate color there. I think the telephoto lens on this camera seems to have better color science than the main one. That's not too bad. That looks pretty good. It's pretty close to what I'm seeing. I don't understand why they use different color science for the different lenses. They should just all be consistent. Got some weird warbling, rolling shutter stuff, something going on there. One last look at Bob Ross Mountain. Getting pretty noisy ISO stuff going on there, I guess. All right, I'm gonna head out. So one last, look at that. Look at the difference on the color. It looks like junk. Anyway, I'm going to head out. Thanks for joining me. I will see you all next time.